Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I see that I once again forgot to turn on one of the outlets in the basement. So let's fix that post-haste. There we go. Now it feels like I've got everything on that makes the space feel so much more homey for December. Yes. All right. I'm glad you all held on while I got everything lined up for the stream, and I just turned a few more outlets on to make sure they were all on, because I spent some time in the basement earlier today putting up some shelves, and you can't see them because they are over there. See, I'm pointing at them, and you can't see them because if I showed them to you, someone would say, they're top-heavy, despite the fact there's an EMAC on the bottom of one of them. All right, let's see here. People who probably would not be the ones that would be the keyboard commandos. Let's see. They are in the chat. We have Mega. Ahoy, Mega. We have Dave's Vintage Apple Tech. Hi, Dave. We have Francois asking if we hit it with a hammer. Well, that will be if it doesn't fix after I try to fix it. We have All Things DJ. Hi, All Things. Yes, I was just in time because I had to warm up after working in the basement and then, well, you do understand. Because it's like 48.4 degrees in the basement. I should have probably pulled my hoodie off mid-assembly. We have Kibbs with Retro. Hi, Kibbs. We have Gut Bomb asking, is madness in the name a hint of some surprise, or am I barking up the wrong tree? I was thinking more of a trademarked phrase for the inspiration of the stream. I don't have any Mad Dog motherboards. I don't know if they made motherboards. Gut Bomb says, EMAC for ballast is the way. Yes. The shelf with the EMAC on it was feeling a little wobbly. Put the EMAC on the bottom, problem solved. We'll just say that the only shelf an EMAC goes on is the bottom shelf. And anyways, yes. I got some things up on the shelf. I know you can't see behind me because I put the shelves up and then I was tired, so I wanted to go, recover for a few minutes, catch a little bit of YouTube before I started streaming. There was a few minutes where I was almost ready to bump the stream an hour because I was feeling nice and warm upstairs, but then I was like, no, we will go for it. Anyways, let's see here. Okay, the December tip jar is still available. The link is in the video description. I do have to thank Jack68K. When I see Jack in the chat, I will definitely thank him while I know he's on the stream. But I woke up yesterday morning and Jack had left a tip in the tip jar. So thank you, Jack68K, for that Christmas tip in the tip jar. So let's see here. I think that's all the announcements. Yes, good. Now it's time for...
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right. And you thought that I wouldn't have time to get more Wheel of Regret items for the end of the year. Well, you'd be wrong. I managed to sneak a few more in. Anyways, we have this box here, and we have this round tube here, which, yeah, you know, I think maybe I'll open the tube first. So if you want to guess what might be in the tube, I will give you a hint. It is not, well, it should not be a Trident card in the tube. That would be a mean way of shipping a Trident card. Of course, I was kind of hoping that someone might follow that comment up with a another guess. Francois says, that's not orthodox. Dave's guessing a Trident poster. That is a very good guess, Dave. There is not a poster in the tube. Cup Bob says, if that's a VIC-20, it would be a very sad VIC-20. I would let you I would let you all write letters that I would then take pictures of and leave with the feedback on eBay if someone had packaged a VIC-20 in here. I was kind of waiting for the obvious guess of that maybe what's in the tube goes with something. Francois says, flat board versus short board. It'd be like a round board in here. Maybe if I like show some legs. I don't know. I was kind of thinking someone might guess that Flex 20. Dave says chips. Yes, they are chips. Yes, ICs. Surprised no one has guessed the obvious without me giving the answer away. Mega says a 666 pin sim. No. That was my way of seeing if Trina was watching. Ah! Ooh, Francois is, ooh. You're close, Francois. They are not sips. But they're not dips either. It's kind of hard to tell what they are. Ah, there we go. Francois got it. They are zips. Yes, I bought from a seller in Withville, who I've ordered from before. It is a tube, this long tube here, which I found my metric tape measure, because you all are complaining that people complain that Americans don't use metric. Well, tell you what, this tube is 520 millimeters, 523 millimeters long. Don't ask me where my imperial tape measure is. I think it's over with the shelves. There are 10 zip chips in here because these are 40-pin zip chips. So I wonder if the electrons get frequent flyer miles when they use these chips, because these are like enormous. And of course, if you're wondering why in the world I bought those, well, I was trying to hint without giving the answer away, and, well, no one guessed it. So I guess I'm going to have to pull the card out of the bin. Nope, not that one. Nope, not that one. Hold, please. Oh, not that one. Oh, you know, I think I have. Why did I put this card in the bottom of the bin? Oh, there we go. Hey, Callan, welcome. I bought these zip chips so that I could upgrade the memory on this Trident video card. Yeah, it's a very Vega says very long bus. Yes. It is a very long bus. And I believe these zips are the correct ones for this card. I find it is kind of hilarious that this card, for the first megabyte of memory, has these two very small chips, and then, like, they put zip sockets for the other ones. So anyways, these are supposedly new old stock zip chips. And there we go. We got one. And we'll test these a little. We'll test it a little later to see if it actually detects 2 megabytes of memory. But there we go. I now have 2 megabytes of RAM on this Trident video card. Yeah. Yeah, no, if I'd removed the zip sockets, then I could, if I could figure out what those memory chips are, which I kind of have a feeling they're the standard SOJ packages, if, in all honesty, those are probably, I think I've got some sitting here. But, actually, I think those smaller packages are actually these memory chips. So if I'd really wanted to, and I had been thinking before I did this, I bet I could have, oh yeah, oh look at that. I could have desoldered these zip sockets and soldered 2 of those on the board, and I bet that would have worked. Yeah, I know, they designed this board to support several different kinds of RAM, but anyways, there we go. I've also got my eye on a computer on eBay that needed some, that if I do buy it, it would need some 40-pin zip memory for VRAM upgrade. So I figured, all right, before the guy sells it all, because it's kind of hard to find, and he's got new old stock memory, I was like, okay, I'll buy a tube. It's not a, it was actually a fairly good price. I don't remember what it was right offhand, but I was like, seemed like a fairly good price for hard to find zip RAM. It's new old stock. That was actually NEC branded memory. I've bought chips from him before. I think he, like, bought out, or possibly maybe at one point ran an electronics company. And he's, like, selling off his old stock. Or maybe he buys it and then sells it off. But anyways, Mega says, zip seems pretty cool. Why did we move away from it? Probably because it's very, it's kind of a impractical form factor. Anyways, speaking of impractical form factors, let's go on to the second box. Now, the zip memory is probably not the big potential regret of the evening. This probably is. Because I bought not one, but 2 of these Mac Store hard drives. Now, you're probably going to notice something very suspicious if you really look at them. And you're probably going to be like, Justin, don't you have two exactly like these? Why, yes, I do. The seller had two lots. I had bought one of them several months ago. And after seeing that that seller still had the other lot at what I thought was a really good price for some 6.5 gig hard drives, I bought the other two. So we have two that are supposedly tested working Mac Store hard drives. We'll test these later as well, when I actually have a computer that is repaired and running. So we will test those later. But that completes Wheel of Regrets. And you will now see why I said we can test them later. Because I might have put... Callan says at least they ain't Bigfoot. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching like a $15 or $20 Bigfoot drive, but someone bought it this morning, so I won't be getting that Bigfoot drive. Anyways, I thought we would start with this motherboard from Wheel of Regrets last stream, because I said I wasn't going to touch it last stream because I knew we would be looking at motherboards tonight. So let's take a look at this motherboard and see if we can't address the likely issues with this board before we power it up. Now, if you think I'm going to pull the soldering iron out, at least for the first pass of trying to repair this board, I'm not going to. Unless there's a shorted tantalum capacitor on the board, then I will. Anyways, I pulled the standoff off the board to only realize there was a second standoff on the board. And there we go. I wanted the board to set flat. I'll set those to the side. I can always use them somewhere else. All right, so let's double check that we don't have... Power pins are somewhat bent forward, but I think that's fine. All right, so these should be ground. All right, so that is okay. That's fine. A short beep is okay. Just means that capacitors are charging up from the multimeter. Okay, there are no shorts. Yes, Mega says, looks like someone stole a cache chip from it. Yes. That is my assessment. All right, that is a 200 and... All right, so that is a 32K cache chip. So what I'm going to do is... I'm going to find the cache chips I had out the other day. To see if this board works. Alright, just to satisfy my sensibilities. Whoops. Alright, well, we'll have to put JP14 back on because I accidentally launched it off of its spot. Alright, so I'm going to move the tag RAM to the spot where this other SRAM chip was. If I can get it out of the board, that is. It's like super flat. Okay. Okay, we are going to skip that. I am just going to... So I have a replacement cache chip. It's the same size, same speed. It's a different brand. So we'll just go ahead and put this in. I'm pretty sure this is a good cache chip. So there we go. For testing purposes, we should be able to power that up. Now, I did accidentally bump JP14 off. And luckily, it's marked here what it should be. That's one of the cache jumpers. And for 256K of cache, it should be on 2 and 3. So it is. All right, so I fixed that jumper. All right, so the CPU socket, there's a little piece of plastic that looks like something caught and pulled it up. So there we go. I just flush cut it. There we go. So now the chip should sit flat. And the only other problem is these pins here are bent. So I'm going to very carefully bend some of these back. I will fix them better if the board works. I just want to make sure that none of them are going to short. I think something impacted the board here and was probably able to take a nick out of the socket. All right, now I don't know what this board is configured for right offhand. So let me see if I can really quickly look at some of these jumpers. So so I think these are the clock jumpers. This board's actually fairly nicely marked. So I think this here goes with this only because well, no, I don't think I can. Oh. Okay, Micronix clock. Oh, here we go. Yeah, these are the correct jumpers. Okay, I see how this is marked here. So if we have a VMC or MXIC clock generator, we use this table here, and that one's there. If we had the IMI clock generator, which would be installed here, we'd use this table. So these three jumpers are all three shorted. So this board is configured for 33 megahertz. I figured that was probably the case. All right, so this is where I'm going to pull up the manual on the RetroWeb because I have a feeling these jumpers are probably for the CPU. All right, let's see what voltage CPU this was configured for. Because if I give up trying to find jumpers, I may just get a CPU of the correct voltage. All right, so for 5 volts, JP1 and 2 are on. For 3 volts, JP3 and 4 are on. Okay, so this was configured for a 3.3 volt CPU. So I have a feeling... Okay, so this is probably not configured for a P24T or an overdrive processor. How much... You know, if I had to guess, now that I see it was configured for 3.3 volts, given how many of them were sold, I bet this is configured for an AMD DX4100. Place your guess in the chat if you think it's configured for something else. If you think, or if you can grok the jumper settings faster than I can. So the clues are 33 megahertz bus speed, 3.3 volt processor. My guess is AMD DX4100 just based on how many of them were sold. But I'll let you place your guess in the chat. And maybe you've got another method to just blindly guessing. All right. In the meantime, I'm trying to pull this board up on the retro web just so I have the jumpers in a slightly easier to see place. I think this is a... Yep, I think that's it. So this, I believe, is a Milex MGV 486. Oh, wait a minute. Even though that's not what the board silkscreen says, it says 486 UPB-P103. Oh, that's the chain tech part number. Great. All right. This is one of those PC cheaps motherboards, basically. All right. Okay. At least the RetroWeb does have a fairly decent scan of the... Oh, where's JP5? I can give you another clue. If I can find JP5, that's the multiplier. The JP5... S12, 13. Huh. I wonder where the suspend mode. Oh. Alright. JP5 is... Okay, that's weird. I don't see JP5 in the diagram. Oh, there it is. It's buried. Oh, I don't think there's a jumper on JP5. Ah, it's set to a 3x clock. Okay, well, that's one more. Yeah, I bet it did have a... Hey, Sad Mac, welcome. Sad Mac 356 is here. I have no idea what it's configured for currently, he says. Yep. Yep. All right. I have no idea what it's configured for either. JP11, JP12. JP11 and JP12 are here. And they are... All right. Oh, they're set for Intel. All right. So I bet this had an Intel DX4100. And... I don't have an Intel DX4100. Or I would just put one on the board, because I'm pretty sure now it probably is a Intel setup for an Intel DX4100. All right. No, I don't have an Intel DX4100. Oh, you know, I do know what I could do, though. All right. And it will be probably faster than me. How about let me take the other VIP board we have, the one with one slot. Since it's configured for an Intel DX4100, I think it would probably be fairly safe to put an AMD x86 in the socket. Because at least the voltages will be correct. And interesting. Having trouble dropping the CPU into the socket. I think there might be more wrong with the socket than I thought. All right, let's anything all right, let's look at the socket under the microscope. See if we see anything wrong with it. All right. Mega, it should post if you have the wrong CPU selection, but the voltage selection has to be correct or bad things will happen. Yes. Joe's Computer Museum says, poof. Trina says, hello all. Jesse says, poof, CPU complete. Yes, hi Jesse, hi Trina, and hi Joe. We are going to take a look at the socket under a microscope because the CPU is not going in the socket, and ooh, that does not look good. That looks really weird. That is not how I thought a socket should look. Alright, well. It doesn't look like there's anything. No, that is not going into the socket. Okay. Yeah, there is something wrong with the socket in this corner. Mega says, what if those blockages are pins that got ripped off from a previous CPU? Ooh. That is an interesting question. Hmm. tell you one thing I don't have. A spare socket 3 that's not, like, loose from a board. Is there a way to take the top? I think there is a way to take the top off the socket. Probably the more important question is there a way to take it off non-destructively? There is definitely something in the socket, so... Because that CPU is not... Well, before I potentially damage the socket, there are probably two pieces of information that I should look up. First, how much I paid for the motherboard. Second, how much a new socket 3 costs. All right. For the first question, how much did I pay for this motherboard? I probably overpaid for it. For the second question of how much does a socket 3 cost? Assuming you can still get socket 3. Well, let's see here. PE Connectors has socket 7, socket 370, socket 8. Let's see here. Hoping if they had maybe a ZIF socket 3. I'm pretty sure they have a PGA socket that would be a low insertion force socket. All right, let me search eBay real quick. See if socket 3. And let's see here. I believe that's... Nope. That is not an industrial socket. And socket set, I need an... Let's see here. Computer components and parts. I'm trying to look for the correct category. Da, 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 da. I sure thought that was business and industrials where the electronic components were. Let's see here. All right, let me search for another PGA 238 ZIF. Ta-da. Well, if I needed to replace a socket on a Pentium Pro motherboard, I just found them on eBay. PGA 370, 296, 478, 320, socket 4. Oh, come on, you mean no one's got socket 3? Or is it 239 pin? Oh. It's 239 pins, isn't it? Maybe that's why I didn't find it. Forgot about the key pin. Oh, nope, I didn't find it either. All right. I think it's 239 because I think it's 238. But there's this key pin that nothing uses, but I think that does count as a pin. I think it's 239 pin. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think I can get a replacement socket. I'd have to pull one off another board. Now, do I have a socket 4 board? And that's parts. For socket 3 board? Yes, I probably do have a socket 3 board that's parts. Although I don't know how good the condition the socket's in. All right. Can we get this off? Let me just try something. Maybe... There we go. Yeah, socket 4 is going to be the original Pentium socket. So, I got the CPU in. I just pressed it in. Now, getting it out might be a problem, but, well, at least it's in. Alright. So, the voltage is set correctly on the board. I got a heatsink. I've got some RAM. Alright. I think that's the minimum viable smoke test configuration. Let me see if I can reach my smoke test power supply. So here we go. This I mean, if this works, then all right. Power connector might need. All right. There we go. Okay. I was kind of looking to see if I could find my postcard because that might be incredibly handy because if there's any signs of life, we'll get postcodes. But of course, I don't remember what I did with my postcard after I used it last. All right, why not? Okay, fine. We'll, I will throw caution to the wind, and we will test this with the Trident card that I'm actually not sure if it works or not, but... And if all else fails, I can hit it with a hammer. Yes, thank you, Joe. All right, so there we go. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, would help if I plug the power supply in. All right. There we go. 3, 2, 1. All right. We got CPU fan. Ah! I don't have a keyboard plugged in. I also am not sure. Oh! And guess what? I have written on the back of this trading card, no post. if I'd seen that, well, I would have picked another card, but obviously. Obviously, it's an intermittent problem on that card. All right. All right, there we go. Let's actually plug a keyboard in. Francois says MIM test. Yes, I think maybe we might have to try a MIM test. That would be one good way of testing this board, or DOS bench. Or actually, maybe I should first sit down and actually configure this processor correctly. That might actually be the first thing to do. Trina said, did I hear MIM test? Yes, you did. Oh, I'm going to have to find a controller card because this board has no onboard I/O. Unlike my other VIP motherboard. All right, let's see here. Delete to enter setup. Let's see here. Load setup defaults. Standard CMOS setup. That'll be fine. All right. Chipset features. Power management. Oh, wait. Without a battery. Yeah, the real-time clock module is in need of a battery. All right. I don't. All right. Let me see if I've got a controller card handy. Let me see if I've got a PCI controller card handy. Serial parallel multi. All right, let me find a controller card. All right. I've got an Adaptex SCSI card. Let's see, that's a SCSI card for a Mac. That's ISA, that's ISA. That's CD-ROM. Oh, here we go. It's a Promise Ultra 133. Here we go. We'll try this one. It doesn't have a floppy controller. But we don't need that. We don't need no legacy I/O here. Alright, I have no idea if that card works. I'm not sure I've got an... Oh, there we go. I've got an IDE cable. Alright, there we go. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing because that. Alright, Here we go. Wait a minute. All right. Here we go. IDE cable in. All right, looking for a compact flash card adapter. Because I've got a compact flash card that I think has DOS installed on it. Yep, there we go. Oh. Here we go. And see here. I doubt this controller card is going to supply power, so let me find a Berg power connector. Or if you're feeling Star Trekky, you could call it a Borg power connector, but that would be the incorrect designation for it. And 7 of 9 would be quite disappointed with you for calling it a Borg power connector. And it's not posting. All right. All right. Let's pull the PCI controller card out. All right. We get a post. All right. Let me put the PCI controller card back in. Oh, there we go. Maybe I just didn't have it seated well. All right. Let's see here. Let's see here. All right. Load setup defaults. Let's see here. Let's do auto detection. Oh. All right. Standard CMOS setup. Oh, interesting. All right. BIOS doesn't have an auto setting. That's wonderful. Also, that's just weird. I wonder if the video card is... Okay, 1 gigabyte card. All right. Might have to swap video cards. That video card is not showing the extra RAM I added to it, which could be a problem. All right, delete. Go into setup. Let me see if I can remember the geometry on these 1 gigabyte cards. Well, that's annoying. Ah. I don't know. Maybe Maybe this promise card will auto-detect. Let's just see what it does. While I pick up the compact flash card I dropped. Well, alright. I'm going to actually have to pick it up. I thought I could magnetically pick it up by the metal on its the back of it, but nope. Hard disks failed. CMOS battery failed. Yeah, tell me something I don't know, computer. Alright. Oh. Oh, well, that would also explain why it didn't detect a hard drive. It would appear as if that compact flash card has failed. All right, let's see what this one does. Oh, hey, Chris, welcome. We are repairing motherboards, and we have this nice VIP motherboard that had to replace a missing cache chip. I am beginning to wonder if this controller card is the problem. Well, there's the problem. It's a CFC-free card. All right, well, let's try the secondary IDE. Although the BIOS only had primary settings. All right, well, let's see if it sees anything. No, it's not. All right, let's see if this controller card sees anything. I think I've got another PCI controller card. Ooh, there it is. All right, if this one doesn't work, we'll try that one there. And I guess if that doesn't work, we'll fall back to an ISA card. BIOS is not installed because there are no drives attached. Okay, this card. All right, this card does not see any drives attached. All right, let's try the other PCI controller card. All right, this one's got a silicon image chip on it. All right. All right, let's try that. Okay. That doesn't see anything. All right. Maybe. Oh, hey, Jack. Welcome. Oh, and thank you, Jack, for the uh, Christmas tip you left me. I saw it in my email when I got up yesterday morning, and it made my day. So thank you very much. Yes, we got started early. Oh, and I should have probably gone to the capture input. Okay, so far, the first controller card did not detect the compact flash card on either IDE port. This one, let's see if its BIOS maybe auto-detects. And I have a feeling it does not. Oh, wait a minute. There's a jumper on this board. A jumper position on this board says open IDE short raid. Okay, that is in the correct position. I have a feeling this card does not have a 486 compatible BIOS on it. Alright, I guess we're going to have to go to... Joe says, I love how Justin's member icon is a trident. Yes. Yes. Alright, I'm going to say this probably does not work. Okay, let's just go to a... Alright. Texas, that's why I had to have one. Yes. I made my channel icon irresistible. Or at least funny. Okay, I guess the next logical controller card to try yes, the colors change based on how many months you've been a member. And I don't remember what the... Oh, I do remember what the order of the colors is. It's green, yellow, another color, another color, another color, another color, blue. I'd have to be staring at an Apple logo. Yeah, it's the colors of the Apple logo. I probably spent long because you get like 6 colors or something like that. All right, so okay, so there we go. I got a Visa Local Bus controller card. I'm not sure if it works. I had trouble with it the other day. Jack says the first month it was green and it looked like a trident cactus. Oh, there we go. Okay. This one sees the drive. Oh, hey, Gutbomb. Gutbomb's back from having dinner. Well, I just auto-detected the... the first compact flash card. Apparently, the 2 PCI controller cards I have are not... Am I doing anything with the zip RAM tonight? Well, I just installed it, and the video card is not seeing it. Which could mean it's the wrong kind of zip RAM for the card. Could also mean there's a jumper I have to change on the card. Yeah, I know. I go through all that trouble of getting zip RAM for this video card, and it doesn't... Yeah, no, I didn't plug in a floppy. Alright, so we do have MS-DOS. Oh, good. RetroTech Chris says, does that ATI Rage 32 I gave you have zip RAM on it? Yes, it does. However, this Trident card has 40-pin zip RAM. That ATI Rage 32 has like the standard like 28-pin zip RAMs. Oh, thank you, Jack, for gifting some channel memberships. Awesome. And we have, oh, hi, Steven Anderson, and I can't read your name. And we have David Starbuck. Hi, David. And Matthew Dropco. Hi, Matthew. And Everything is Broken Garage. Hi, Ryan. And thank you, Jack, for gifting some channel memberships. RetroTech Chris says, some standards are more standard than other standards. Yes, like the standard obligatory Doom benchmark to see if your motherboard's working. I feel like this is kind of cheating because this motherboard doesn't seem to have been very broken to begin with. It has a wonky socket, but I got the CPU in, and it had a missing cache chip. Well, and I guess it's got a dead real-time clock module, but that I kind of expected anyways. Okay, so let's see, what was I... Oh, that's right. I was opening up Google Sheets. Vega says it's really dark. Yeah, that unfortunately is how the scaler is picking it up. Jack says, situation, there are 14 competing standards. Yes. RetroTech Chris says, you get a membership, and you get a membership, and you get a membership. Yes. Francois says, oh, please no, XKCD 927. Sadmax says, and it's missing the configuration jumpers. Yeah. Now, I was looking up the Mr. BIOS archive. Let's see here. This is because it's possible that, okay, that is kind of lousy performance. However, I don't have the CPU configured correctly. So that could be one thing. Chris says, as Justin knows, I'm allergic to monthly payments. That includes house. But I find other ways to support. Yes. And those other ways are equally appreciated, Chris. I gotta have someone to help out with the hardware from time to time. Yes, and if you ever have hardware that you think would be right up my alley and you want to send it to me, I can, well, you can reach out to me. That is another way you can help the channel. Okay, so this is a UM8881 and 8886, and I don't see it in the list of... Okay, I don't think this board's got a Mr. BIOS because it looks like... Unless there's another part number on these chips I don't know about. UM8881 and 8886. Nope. 8. Interesting. This doesn't follow their usual format of UM82C and then a number. So, looks like there is no Mr. BIOS. Unless that's actually not a UMC. All right. Well, okay. So we can't enhance this board with a Mr. BIOS. I thought I would check. I am curious, though, if there's a later BIOS for this board. 0994. All right, we'll look and see what version BIOS this is momentarily. Okay, so Doom benchmark. Yeah. Let's do a cache check and see if the cache looks like it's working. This CPU has 16K of cache. And that is weird. I think cache check crashed. Possibly because I have something misconfigured on the board? Oh, there we go. That was weird. Chris says it's good to benchmark before using a Mr. BIOS. I had to try around with different version 1 on one motherboard to get a good performing version. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no Mr. BIOS for this board. Because they're... Unless I can, Alright, let me search Vogons. Because they have... They have a Mr. BIOS repository. Oh, there's the datasheet for the chipset. Let me see if maybe there's a part number. Oh, wow. Someone on the Vogons forum reverse engineered the chipset. That is impressive. Um, huh. That's interesting. I don't think the, Jack says Mr. BIOS. Yeah, I just checked the spreadsheet, Chris. It, I didn't see this chipset listed. Alright, let's check this. Alright. Let's set that to none so we don't get an error. CPU internal cache enabled, external cache enabled. Okay. That looks good. Chipset features. Okay, we got write back. Okay, I think that's right. Power management. Turn that off so it doesn't bother us. Okay. And I'll skip the startup files so that it doesn't load EMM386 because I think that interferes with cache check. I was looking at the timing values, it didn't look like there was L2 cache. is also possible that I may need to put a jumper on the... There we go. Turbo. First, let's do the check CPU. Ah, the internal L1 cache is in write-through mode. Okay. That will give us a little bit of a performance hit. But I don't have the thing jumpered correctly for the CPU, so that's probably why that's in write-through mode. Alright, let's try cache check again. Interesting. Chris says, I learned recently that translate on Mr. BIOS doesn't necessarily mean LBA. At least with Mr. BIOS 1.65 version, maybe later too. I do not believe the cache is enabled. The L2 cache. Because we should see a performance hit after 256K. Unless these are... Wait. Let me check the RetroWeb. Was there a fake cache warning on this board? No, there was not. I may need to actually check jumpers because something's not configured right on this board. Hey. Seems to have one cache. Yes. Alright, let me see if I can find the turbo switch header. So turbo switch connector is J3. J3 is... Well, not with that diagram am I going to be able to tell which one it is. Oh. Okay, well, if J3 is open, let me try this. Control-Alt plus. Alright, let me turn that off. Chris says, I rely on SpeedSys to show me the cache drop-off. I'm too lazy to read these numbers. Well, I think SpeedSys would probably show me the same thing, that the drop-off is too premature. Because I believe J3 is buried down here. And I just want to... let me just put a jumper on it. Page width. All right. Which one is... So J3 is... Oh, actually has a jumper on it. Interesting. All right. Okay. Something's amiss here. Let's let me pull one of these chips out here. Maybe like this one here that we go. All right, I'm gonna pull this chip out because there's something copper on the top of it, which kind of looks weird. The more I look at it. Okay, so I've pulled this out. That kind of looks weird. It's an e-tron Tech, which I think is a real company. All right. I'm going to put it in my chip tester. Oh, hi, Mofus. Welcome. Is there a manual for this motherboard? Yes, there is. And we'll... And yes, that is true. It may use a different tag RAM than cache RAM. And if that was wrong, then... Okay. Okay, no, it uses the same size tag RAM as cache RAMs. Okay. Let me pull open my chip tester. I think it can test these. All right. Okay. Well, it is telling me that that appears to be a working cache chip. Which I thought I would run it just to make sure that it wasn't like a fake cache chip that was printed to look like a real one. I'm not going to pull the rest out at the moment. We'll... Actually, wait a minute. I just realized something. So I had to put this cache chip in to replace a missing one. And it just dawned on me that I think that might be the wrong. Ha! Interesting. All right, let me try one more time. W20. I think I've got a bad. I think the cache chip I just put in the board to replace the missing one, I think is actually not a 32K cache chip. I think that's... Oh, that might be why I had no cache. I'm surprised it didn't give me a cache error on post. Okay, let me see if I can find a 32K cache chip. Because apparently I might have put an 8K cache chip in the board. I'm having trouble telling what that was. Whatever I put in the board is a good chip, but it may be the wrong chip. Because, of course, I would do that to myself. All right. Those are gals. I think I've got some more cache chips in this box right beside me. If you'll bear with me a moment to find them. Not in there. I mean, I could borrow one off another board, but I would rather use a spare in case I forget to, like, then replace it. Oh, I think those are gals. Here's my zip chip. Oh, that's cool. Better remember I have those. I just found that I have some MC 1489s. And I was going to order some for Bowser, so I guess now I don't need to. Excellent. Alright. Please continue to hold while I try to find the... I know I've got some cache chips. Alright, those are all 8K. And that's the CPU underneath it. Alright. Those are 8Ks. I know I've got some, HY 534256. Well, they'd be useful in some board, but I don't know if I've got a board they'd be useful in. Alright. Okay. Fine. This board drives a hard bargain. Okay, I'm going to steal... Alright, I'm going to swipe... I'm going to swipe a cache chip off another board. There we go. But let me test it with my tester to make sure it tests as a 256K cache chip. All right. Okay. All right. There we go. Let's try that. I have a one of the T48s. That's what I tested it with. Oh, hey, Thomas Armstrong, welcome. Well, I wish my box of ICs was more organized than I led you to believe it is, but I have a few boards that might support Mr. BIOS, and we may yet repair one of them. All right. All right. I don't have a handy Dallas module that already has a battery on it, so yeah, swap this one out easily. Oh, I forgot to turn off the floppy drive, whatever. All right. We'll check the motherboard jumpers next, because I want to configure this AMD as the actual AMD that it is. Oh. Oh, I think it just dawned on me where my cache chips are. I Oops, I forgot to skip the startup files. Let me fix the floppy disk error. I don't know why this board defaults to 5 1/4. That is kind of weird. All right. What version BIOS is this? It is 72594. And the RetroWeb has a 0994. Oh, same version that I've got on this board. All right, well, I guess outdated BIOS is probably not the... There we go. Reason. All right. I know how to open the Dallas chip. I just don't really want to mod one right now. And we still don't have level 2 cache. I wonder if the cache is misconfigured on this board. Three. Oh. Cache is not configured correctly on this board. So, because I didn't look at the jumpers, it didn't dawn on me that, or because I didn't double check the jumper settings, it didn't dawn on me that there should be a jumper on this header here. But apparently, according to this little chart here for cache, so these 3 jumpers are the cache jumpers, and I didn't realize that there actually was a jumper here at one point that got knocked off the board. So that cache chip I had in this board, if that was the wrong kind of cache chip, that wasn't why we had no cache. So maybe I should go through and check the other jumper settings. But where's the fun in that? All right, we're just going to... I'm also going to look up the datasheet of that chip I did try to use to see if... Oh, okay, that one chip I tried to use was an 8K cache chip. All right. So it's not a Oh, that would explain why another board I tried to upgrade the cache on was unstable. That's embarrassing. Now I know why my Hot Mess 419 board did not work stably with 512K a cache. It's because I had an 8K cache chip for the tag RAM. That's embarrassing. Oh, hey! Hey! Sorry, I forgot to go to capture, but does anyone see something that's now appearing on the system configuration screen? It says we have cache. All right, there we go. Ha-ha! There we go. That's what I was expecting to see. There we go. Mega says, cash money, baby. Chris says, well, look at that. Sadback says, yo. Good find, says Retro Tech. Chris. Jack says, ooh, cash. Yeah. All right, so while this finishes running and we see that the cache is working consistently, it is now bugging me that I don't know where my 32K cache chips are. I know I have some. I think I remember where I put them. And I'm going to take a moment to put a computer that's in my way on the shelf, and then yes, found them. Oh, right. That looks good. Now we've got a... And I found the tube of cache chips. They were with... It dawned on me, I had enough of them. I put them in a tube, and they were with my EPROMs. Oh, no. Oh. Oh, good. Okay, I have both 12 nanoseconds and 20 nanoseconds. All right, so what I'm going to do on this board... Actually, first, I'm going to take a picture of this because I'm going to put the 12 nanosecond chip in for the tag RAM. All right, that is very good here. Yes, yes, that would explain why that 8K cache chip that I thought was a 32K cache chip, when I upgraded the Hot Mess board I used it as the tagram, I believe. No, wait a minute. No. No. That's not the problem. Because I had to go to a larger tagram, and those are... Never mind. I think it's something else. All right. Okay, L1 cache is in write-through mode. I've got the CPU's configured wrong on the board. We'll fix that momentarily. But, all right, let's see what Doom... I bet Doom runs much better now that I actually have cache. So it was like right at about, like right under 4,000 before. Oh, this looks much smoother. Jesse says, clear your cache. Yes. All right. So, how much did I pay for this motherboard? Now that it appears as if I've got it working, I will admit, I paid $65 for it. Yes, for a VIP motherboard that has 2 Visa Local Bus slots. I paid $65, which I would say is not a bad price. And it looks like I was correct in surmising that the biggest problem with it was missing 1 cache chip. Yeah, Chris says, wow, that's great. Yeah. Now, I wish the Bigfoot drive I'd bought with it worked, but Bigfoot is still elusive in the basement. So instead, I bought 2 Maxtor spinning Rust hard drives that will probably work. They have a better chance of working than Bigfoot. Look at that. Just above 3,000. Cache made that much of a difference. Chris says any drive has a better chance of working than a Bigfoot. Yeah. Yeah, Mofa says $65. Not great, not terrible. Oh, VIP motherboards go for more than... Given the fact that it's got Visa Local Bus and PCI, that usually means they go for more. I think the ones people really want, though, are the ones that have 3 Visa Local Bus slots. Those are like the really rare ones. All right, I can put this cache chip back in my other VIP motherboard, which I probably will... Well, it may appear on eBay. Because actually I kind of did want a VIP board with 2 slots. Why I risked it on this one. Unless it's a Death Star. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to remove this chip here. If I can get my tool. Did someone glue this chip in here? Come on. All right. There we go. There's a method to my madness. All right. So this is a chip that matches these other 7 here. So I'm moving the tagram to cache because I'm going to put one of my 12 nanosecond Oh, I have a Well, I've drawn something on this chip. Let me test it real quick first. Can't tell what I've written on it. Ah, all right, it's fine. All right, so I'm gonna put the 12-second nanosecond memory here. All right. And yeah, I think I saw that Visa Local Bus Ethernet card on eBay as well, and I have not acted upon it yet. All right, so right back. All right. I think this board, it looks like it's got fixed cache, fixed timings for the L2 cache, so don't think it's going to make use of the faster tag RAM, but well, it makes more sense to. Well, I don't think it would work with the 20 nanosecond ones that I have. So the 12 nanosecond ones make more sense. All right. So let's see. Yep, looks like that's no faster. All right. All right. L2 is accessed on frontside bus timings. Yes, so it's probably the faster tag RAM's not going to help it any. I since the rest of it's 15 nanoseconds, I didn't want to put a 20 in the tag. Okay, let's all right, let's fix the rest of these jumpers. Let's get the CPU configured for this board. I mean, I could call it working now, but let's configure this CPU for this board, and then we'll really be able to call it working. Because if it'll work with this AMD 5x86 CPU, with it correctly configured, then I'd say we have done well. All right. So I do have so the cache is jumpered correctly. The frontside bus is configured correctly, and I know the multiplier is configured correctly. So now I just need to find the chart with the CPU jumper settings. Hmm. All right, I'm trying to figure out if. Okay, so I want JP11 and JP12. All right, so. Okay, so JP11 and JP12 need to be. Okay, JP11 needs to be 1 and 2. Which it is, and then JP12 needs to be 2 and 3. That sets the board for AMD. Honestly, I kind of have. JP. JP8 and JP4. Hold on. It's telling me to. JP8 and JP4. Where are those? There are some really bad scans of this manual. Okay, I think the AM5X86 is considered a. I'm having trouble deciphering this manual, so. Alright. I think I need to set all these jumpers to 1 and 2. And we'll see what it does. Alright. There's that. JP1 and JP2. Or JS1 and JS2, excuse me. Okay, JS3 needs to be 1 and 2. I believe it is. JS4. JS4 is over here. Needs to be, I think, 1 and 2. All right, JS5 is 1 and 2. JS5, where's JS5? I have no idea where JS5 is. Oh, why do they have to make these so hard to find? Why do they also have to call? Because there's a J5 on the board, there's a JP5, and there's allegedly a JS5. Tell me how that's not confusing. Oh, there's JS5. It's labeled wrong on the diagram, and it was missing a jumper. Interesting. All right. I'll get back to the chat in a moment. This is there extra JS6 is 1 and 2. There are like extra jumpers. Okay, looks like that's 1 and 2. JS7 is 1 and 2. If anyone has a better scan of this motherboard manual, please submit it to the RetroWeb. All right, there's JS7. JS8 is right there. All right, JS9 is here. Yeah, all right. All right. Oh, these are like. PS9. Having trouble. That goes there. That goes here, actually. Those are 4-pin jumpers, not 3. All right, what's the one that's between those? It's JS. I'm pretty sure all these are supposed to be 1 and 2. You know, oh, that's JP5. 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2. Okay. Let me double check. I think I've got them all. So, JS1. Yeah, I got that. And 2. And then 3 and 4. Wait, where? JS4. Where's that one? Oh, yeah. JS4 was over here. Yep. Pretty sure I got that one. And JS5. Yeah, I've got that one. JS6. 7 and 8. And 9. Yep, 9. 10. Yep, got that one. 11. Yep, got that one. 12. 12 is over here. I got that one. 13. Yep, I got 13 and 14. Yes. Okay, I think I got all the jumpers. I hope. I don't know. They're poorly marked. So, and I don't remember if the AMD 5x86 133 is a derivative of the SL or what. I wish they would just call things more sensible names than their development code names. Because development code names get lost over time. All right. All right. Okay. There we go. Let's see what it does. And now I'm back to the chat. Oh, all right. So let's see here. Oh, oh yeah. Chris said any drive has a better chance of working than a Bigfoot Mega chimes in, unless it's the Death Star. Yes, good point. All right. Chris says beat me to it. Chris says the 486DX266 I have on my desk right now has all 3 VLB slots full. Wait a minute. Why are we? All right. Now I think I really need my postcard because there it is. All right. Although, let me put the video card back in the slot it was in. Oh, wait. There's this. Oh, the controller card's not pushed in all the way. Oh, that might do it. I found my postcard. There we go. Okay. Oh, there we go. Controller card wasn't pushed in all the way. That must have been it. Well, let's see here. Ofa says I don't have any Visa cards, so 46 PCI is okay for me. The other thing that I have around 5,000 double density disks and no time to check what's on it. Yep. Oh. So what CPU is this? It's the 133 megahertz. So it's not showing the correct speed there, so I may have it configured wrong. Oh, Sorcerer Stan, hi! Welcome, Stan. No, AM5X86 is not in the manual for this board. I'll put a copy in the chat of the link to the manual, but my choices were 486DX, DX2, DX4 SL Enhanced, 486SX SL Enhanced, which I knew was wrong, 486DX or DX2, which is not right, 46SX, which I know is not right, UMC U5S, which I know is not right, Cyrix M7, which I know is not right. Then there's the AM46DXL or DXL2, which would be my second guess, and then P24T, which I know is wrong, because that's the Pentium Overdrive. So let's see what the CPU... Oh, we're in 3 times clock mode. Cache is enabled in write-through mode. Oh! Okay. Okay, I know one thing I did wrong. Alright, so let's try... So, okay, first thing I need to fix is JP5. I should have set JP5 to 2 and 3. Because the AMD processor uses 2x multiplier for 4x. And right now it's set to 3x. So let me put a jumper on JP5 here real quick. But I have a feeling... Come on. Is that not JP5? No, that must not be JP5. Okay, JP11 and 12. Wait a minute, where? Okay, let me double check. JP11 and 12. So 11 should be 1 and 2, and 12 is 2 and 3, which, okay. JP5 should be set to 2x. Oh, motherboard, don't make me go grab a... Yeah, that... Okay, it does not like that jumper. Maybe that's not JP5. Anyway, that is JP5. Alright. Yeah, it does... Alright, come on. Okay, so I probably have the wrong CPU type configured. Or this board is just not compatible with the... What is the AM486DXL? A fancy way of telling me it's enhanced. I don't know. Alright. Alright. Do not know why the board is stuck there. Maybe I had it powered off too long and it's... Oh, okay. That would be why. It was off too long. Alright. Oh, hey, Mike. Welcome. Mikey N6IL's here. I think I may have the wrong CPU type configured. This manual is leaving something to be desired. Also, my search to try to figure out what the DXL is. This is a low power. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. Okay, I'm going to see if I can. I don't know why it's now hanging. Like I've got something misconfigured. Oh. Oh, I bet the L's the 3.3 volt CPUs. Okay, maybe I do have the wrong CPU type configured. All right. Now, don't worry. The voltage I didn't change, so the CPU was still running at 3.3 volts. But I have a feeling I set the wrong CPU type. It was hanging at postcode 52. I don't know what that is, but since I think I had the wrong CPU type configured, because the manual only says DX and DXL, it does not, like, tell you what that means. All right, so let's try this. I think JS1 needs to be 3 and 4. I'm going to configure it for a DXL processor. All right, so JS1 is now 3 and 4. JS2 should be 3 and 4. JS3 should be 1 and 2. Which I'm pretty sure it is. All right, JS4 should be 3 and 4. Okay. JS5 should be 1 and 2. JS6, 1 and 2. JS7 is the next one that's different. Should be 2 and 3. Okay, JS8 should be 1 and 2. JS9 needs to be 3 and 4. There's JS9. Oh, JS9 should be 3 and 4. JS10, 1 and 2, 11. JS11 needs to be 2 and 3. JS11, this one here. All right, JS12 needs to be 2 and 3. That one is going to be this one over here. JS13 needs to be, oh, and JS14 are 1 and 2. Okay, and now I believe that it should take the jumper on JP5 now. For a multiplier of 2, which is mapped to 4 internally on the CPU. All right. because AMD designed the CPU to be, well, they intended that you'd run it at a multiplier of 3 or 4. Because maybe your board doesn't have a, maybe you've got a reason why you want to run a multiplier of 3, because maybe you're overclocking it. All right. Oh, all right. And okay, that is not configured right. All right, let me pull AP5 because it's, I think, okay, first of all, I think JP5 may be mismarked on the diagram. Okay, so, oh, hi, Sylvestron, welcome. I don't know if you saw, but I did get the W1Ds, Open Flops W1Ds, and I got them installed in my Compact LTE Elites on Tuesday. And one of them is upstairs in my office so that I could enjoy it. The other's back on the repair shelf because there's something horribly wrong with it. But nothing to do with the Open Flops W1D. It would appear as if the hard drive controller on my other LTE Elite is busted. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think the one other thing that'd be cool is if there's like a standoff you could put between the open flops and the motherboard, just to make sure you don't screw the longer screws down too far. But yeah, both of the open flops worked. That one of my LTEs got as a hard drive controller problem, so that will require more debugging. Later. All right. Okay. If this is not the configuration for this CPU on this board, then I'm going to give up on it for now, and we'll move on to the next board that needs repaired, because I may just have to sit down and straighten the pin headers, because it's possible. I just realized where I may have a jumper setting wrong. Ah. Sylvestron says the problem is it kind of needs to be as flat and low as possible, which is why I have to hand clip all the through hole parts flush. Okay, I do believe I have either this motherboard has died live on stream, or more likely I still don't have it configured correctly for this CPU. JS. Oh, that's J5. Let me check one thing here. So JP5 is supposed to be the multiplier. I don't know. It is quite possible this board just is not compatible with this AMD processor. Yeah, alright. So DOS has. Alright, I'll give it one more chance. Try skipping startup files. Yeah, I'll hold the shift key down. Or I'll hit F5. I know F5 works on DOS 622. I mean, it is possible my compact flash card isn't working. Alright. Spam the F5 key. There we go. And crash. Oh, is this? Wait a minute. I've had trouble with this. Okay, the controller card I'm using is the controller card that I was having trouble with previously, but it seemed to be behaving itself tonight. So maybe it's not behaving itself, which would mean something is not happy. You are right. Okay. Where did I stick? I'm looking. I've got like an absolute bare bones IDE card, and I was trying to look for it because bare bones enough that it's really easy to set up. All right. Well, I well, all right. Well, I found it, and I then lost it for my convenience, apparently. right, let me grab an ISA. All right. I didn't want to use this controller card because I'm not convinced it works. But unless I can find the other bare bones card I have, because I don't want to use. I'm trying to avoid using a caching card because I already have an SD card or compact flash card set up, and I don't really want to have to set a new one up. Yeah, the thing is, I had it in my hands, and I thought I set it aside so that in case I needed it, because I knew I might need it, and oh, there it is. Oh well, something fell on top of it, of course. All right, looks like it retained the settings. All right. Oh, quite. Of course, I'd really like to see this board work and correctly identify the CPU. Okay, well, there we go. So check CPU. L1 cache is enabled in write through mode. We're a 3x clock. Can you turn on fast post diag? If I have to restart, I will try. Still not configured correctly. This is bugging me. All right, let me do this. Let me pull up another motherboard on the RetroWeb, one that I know supports the AM5X86. And let me see if that will help me figure out what CPU type I need to set. Okay. So expansion slots for the one that I know supports it. We've got one VLB. We've got 4 ISA. And we've got 3 PCI. All right. Wait a minute. Did I miss 1, 4, and 3? 1, 4, and 3. Oh, I picked the wrong chipset. That would. It didn't find the board, but is that it? still picked the wrong chipset. There we go. That's it. All right, so this is the PC Chips M919 version 1. Yep, that matches my recollection. Documentation, jumper manual. All right, so on this board that I know works, it has the same chipset. Looks like the AMK5 is configured. Four, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So it looks like if I configure it the same as an AM486 DX4 SL, then that should work. Okay. So now if I look at the manual for this board again. All right, I'll be with the chat here in a moment. All right, I guess I should double check the jumper settings. Let me see, is there any other... Let me see if I can tell what other CPUs that's jumpered like. Maybe a Cyrix DX4? No. Wait a minute. I think I know what I need to set it as. Ah! I should follow the Cyrix M7 jumper settings, I bet. Ah, good night, Francois. All right, let's try this one last time. Okay. I think I got an idea here. So I tried the AM486 DXL settings, and those seem to be wrong. I think if I follow the jumper settings for the Cyrix M7, then that may actually be closer to correct for this AMD processor. So, all right, so we got JS1. Should be 2 and 3. Actually, you know, maybe what I'm going to do here is just pull all these jumpers off, having to do a CPU configuration, and just put them back on, minding the pin alignment. At least in this bank here. And I'll see if I can't straighten these pins out just a little bit better. board works. All right. Let's see. This really came down to it. I could probably replace these pins. Okay, that's a little better. All right. So JS1 should be 2 and 3. JS1 is here. Okay, JS2. We'll try 2 and 3. JS3, 1 and 2. Okay, I think JS3. JS3 is this one here. JS4 should be 2 and 3. All right. Oh, JS4 is this one here. JS5 should be 3 and 4. JS5 is 3 and 4. All right. JS6 should be 3 and 4. There we go. JS6 is 3 and 4. JS7 should be 1 and 2. JS7 is 1 and 2. There we go. All right. JS8 should be 3 and 4. JS8, 3 and 4. JS9 should be 1 and 2. So JS9 JS9 should be 1 and 2. All right, JS10, 1 and 2. JS10 is 1 and 2. Wait a minute, JS10 is already 1 and 2. Wait a minute, no, JS10. Oh, there it is. JS10, 1 and 2. JS11. Oh, 11, 12, 13, and 14 are also 1 and 2. So JS11 is 1 and 2. JS12 is 1 and 2. JS13 is 1 and 2, and JS14 is 1 and 2. All right. All right, let's see if that posts, and then I'll bother with the multiplier jumper. Again, CPU didn't touch the voltage jumper settings, so oh, I must have a jumper missing. It's not posting. Double checking. Oh, I wonder if maybe now it will like the jumper speeds jumper, which is going to be 2 and 3. Nope. All right. Okay, so apparently I don't know. Well, I don't know if I can call this fixed. All right, let's fix this another way. At least want to leave myself a board that will post. So all right. So since this board doesn't seem to be compatible with my AM5X86, how about let me go to my stash of CPUs and let me find one that there's actually jumper settings for on this board, and we'll configure it for that and make sure it correctly posts and detects. So one moment. All right. All right. Actually, I've got two CPUs to try, and I found a Dallas module replacement. So, all right, let's try. All right, so that we don't keep getting annoyed by the fact that the settings aren't saved. I will remove the Odin Dallas clone. Now, this board may or may not work with this replacement module I have. Some boards don't care. Some boards do care. Depends on how well the BIOS was written. Alright, so there we go. Nice Glitchworks replacement module. Alright. So, my first attempt at a CPU is going to be this IBM Blue Lightning, which is not strictly listed on the jumper settings. But it is, I think it should, internally it's a Cyrix, so there is actually a chance it, oh, wait a minute, you know, there's a chance it'll just work with the current settings of this board. That's right, because maybe that's the Cyrix M7. Which is what I've set the board up for. Alright, we're just going to try this. It dawned on me. This might be what the M7 actually is. So, this might just work. We'll give it a shot. If not, I'll double check jumper settings. Alright, so... Oh! But I do believe I am going to have to put the... Oh, I do need to change JP11 and JP12. So JP11 needs to be 2 and 3. And JP12 needs to be 1 and 2. Because it's a Cyrix CPU. Okay. Alright, I got postcodes. Ah! What do you know? My attempt at trying the Cyrix M7 might have been fortuitous. Because I think that... I forgot that I had an IBM Blue Lightning. Oh, hey, John. Welcome. No, this is a socket 3 with PCI and Visa Local Bus, which is even crazier. All right, so IDE auto configuration. There we go. Let's see here, standard CMOS setup. Actually, yeah, just dawned on me. A hi to happy Boxing Day to those that are celebrating Boxing Day today. Yeah. All right, so it's about to be... Oh, that works for me. Yeah, that is a bit troublesome that the clock is not incrementing. Although, oh, that's right. I wanted to see if there was like a fast post or something. Nope, not there. I don't see it there. Nope, not there. Yeah, this is I may have to run the now, I guess the good thing is this is a Word BIOS, so I might be able to run the tool that lets you enable missing settings. Obviously, I'd have to do that on a Windows PC and then upload a new BIOS. Yeah, but that was pretty bare. It was like hardly anything to tweak. Yeah. Yeah, I was getting worried there too, but I saw the post codes were changing. I have no idea what it was doing. All right, so check CPU. Yeah, I think it's running at 66 megahertz. L1 cache enabled in write through mode. I think that's correct. There is a patch utility, Jason. Oh, hi, Jason. Welcome. I'll have to run it on this BIOS because it could certainly use it. Well, I mean, it. Okay. It looks like I have configured a CPU. It looks like the CPU is running correctly. I don't think cache check is detecting the speed correctly. CPU check I would believe more than cache check. Because I'm pretty sure I don't have this running at 75 megahertz. And we'll run an obligatory Doom run benchmark with this. Okay. It's not running too badly with this processor. Okay. 2134 game ticks and 3768 real ticks. I think for a 66 megahertz processor, that's not too bad at all. All right, so I guess first motherboard, I'm going to call it fixed. So the socket's a bit... Okay, so the socket's a bit stiff. But, oh, actually there was one thing. Oh, I did forget to plug the CPU fan in. We'll, YOLO it. There was one thing, though. Sure enough, the clock is not... That's weird. The clock is not incrementing. Yeah, I bet if I mess around with the jumpers long enough, I will get it working. Okay, there is one thing. The clock's not running. Okay, there's one possibility. Maybe this... It's a CR1220. This is a Glitchworks module, so it uses a little coin cell battery. It's possible the battery is dead, which would, I believe, mean the... Although it didn't give me a battery warning, that's the weird part. Alright. Possible this board will not work with whatever... Oh yeah, that's got 3 volts. Alright, this is probably an incompatible module. That's probably the problem. Because I have one of these Glitchworks modules that I built with a, it wasn't a Dallas chip I built it with, but the thing is I can't tell it apart from the others. I have a feeling this is the one I built with the non-Dallas chip, and that might be the problem. This board may not like it. All right, I'm not gonna do a battery mod now. I kind of want to get to the other board. I will put the original module back in and make sure that the clock runs. Well, it is odd to see a module on a board with PCI, but it's not unprecedented. This is a 486 board, so... Yeah, the clock's running with the original module, so... Okay. So, I think I know what I need to do. I just don't want to do a battery mod tonight. Oh, wait. Because a battery mod will take too long. The thing is, the motherboard works. I'll just need to do a battery mod to the original module. Or well, yeah, that's probably it. I don't think there's an or. I think I'll just have to do a mod to that module. Yeah, I think I've got at least a Pentium board kicking around somewhere that's got a module as well. They were definitely not in vogue anymore in the Pentium era. But anyways, so I think the board is fixed, other than I need to do a Dallas mod on it. So, or a battery mod on the Odin chip that's on it. So, I will put this board in an anti-static bag. And let me go ahead and add my notes to a piece of tape here. Since we're going to kind of leave a couple things hanging, but at least it does work. So Odin needs battery mod. Okay, couldn't get 5x86 133 to work at 133. All right. Yep. And oh, and I want to if I do find a um I'm gonna add a note to myself. If I do find a 15 nanosecond cache chip, then I will replace the 12 that I put on this with the 15 to match the others, because then that will leave me with a set of 9 12 nanosecond cache chips for some board that would actually maybe let me tweak the cache timings. So anyways, I've got my notes on the board. I would consider it works now because I've got it configured for a Blue Lightning processor, which isn't shabby. And probably with a battery mod on the Odin. I want to get some battery holders that fit nicely on top of these modules so that it looks nice. So, oh, I'm glad I could remind you, Jesse. But anyways, before I get to the next board, I am going to take a break for a few minutes. So I will be right back, and we'll get to the board that was on the thumbnail. All right, and we are back with the second board. Jack say, break. Who authorized that? Nah. Well, that was yeah, well, I authorized it. Yeah. One nice thing about streaming is, well, you set your own stream hours. Okay, so we have the board that I showed in the thumbnail. I think this was probably in Wheel of Regrets at some point, and I probably said I was saving it for December or something silly like that. And oh wait, it's December, so I guess it's time to take a look at this board. So there is some corrosion around where the Varda battery was. And I don't remember if the seller said this board worked or not. So I'm going to check for shorts, because there are a few tantalum caps on the board. And if it's not shorted, then we'll give it a smoke test to see what its current condition is. Whew. All right. All right, so the commons are connected. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. We do not appear to have any shorted tantalum cap. That's not to say that they won't decide to make their presence known. So what is special about this board? Well, first of all, if you will note, there is a 386 processor on the board. And then if you take another look at the board, you will see that there are 3 VESA Local Bus slots on this board. And I know they are VESA Local Bus, and not that proprietary one that sometimes fools certain YouTubers to put a slot there and then cause the magic smoke to come out. But if you will also look, and let me get the standoff out so this board sits nicely, then I will point out the other socket that you will see, which will then explain why there is a VESA Local Bus. But then, okay, all the standoffs are off. But then you will also note that not only is there a 386 socket, but there is a 486 socket on the board. And I just noticed that there does appear to be something in. Oh. Well, a couple of the 486 sockets look like there's pins stuck in them. Well, good thing I was planning to use a 386 with this board. All right. Yeah, basically, this is a socket 1 with the 387 coprocessor pins in the middle, which is why there's so many pins. Fortunately, it looks like the pins for the coprocessor are okay. It's just there's like 2 486 pins that are, they look like there's something stuck in them. And it's possible if I get a pick, I might be able to pick out whatever's in the socket, assuming it's the socket isn't like bent. Oh, you know, I just noticed something about these memory chips. I thought oh wait, no, there's the notch. I did put them in right. All right, so to test this, I'm going to use the Visa Local Bus Trident card. And there are a few jumpers on it. Anyways, we'll yeah. All right, let's try that again. All right, so I'm going to just double check something here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1. All right, let me just double check something. And maybe I'm just being overly cautious because the Visa Local Bus card did not, like, seat the easiest. All right, so we got 6 ISA, 16-bit. We have 3 Visa Local Bus. And we have 1 8-bit slot. And that gives us that this is I believe this is an unknown Hupty 495 SLC. Yeah, of course. All right. But the RetroWeb does seem to indicate this is Visa Local Bus. So, therefore, all right, got the keyboard plugged in. I probably should put my postcard in. Not that I will necessarily be able to read it. I will plug the speaker in. All right. And, all right, 3, 2, 1. Oh, video cable. That would help. Oh, wait a minute. First of all, lovely, lovely. Wait a minute. This thing is like. You mean you're not going to make me do repairs to your board? I was. Okay, let me go grab the controller card that I put back in the box for some silly reason. Probably because I thought that board required repairs. All right. Okay, so we are going to actually, I have the geometry written on this card, so if this doesn't auto-detect, I can manually enter it. It's 246 1663. Here. Didn't think that was going to work. I thought this board required repairs. It might actually still require repairs. All right. All right. Function 1. I mean, the traces probably could use some cleanup. All right. 240. Up, numlock. 246. 16. 63. Don't have a floppy installed. There we go. All right. Advanced CMOS setup. Memory parity error check. Okay, that is parity memory, so we can leave that on. Okay, we don't have a WeTech processor. CPU speed is high. External cache is enabled. There is no cache in a 386 processor. All right, so that is good. Advanced chipset setup. Hidden refresh is enabled. Ooh, that's a good standard setting. AT bus clock divided by 4. I don't know what speed processor this is, but I thought it was a 25 megahertz, so I think actually this should be clock divided by 3. Fast decode enable. Why not? We'll enable that. We'll leave the wait states. And we don't have a Cyrix 487S. All right. $256K of cache memory. All right. Whoop, I did not get the skips in. All right, so I guess let's run through some benchmark. Actually, first, let's do the CPU identification. We have a classic 386. It is not detecting the internal speed correctly, I am pretty sure. All right. Maybe hardware info. Wow, I am. Okay, this computer is running just a bit slow. Let me get an LED to put on the turbo LED better. Oh. Okay, so I found an LED. So I'm going to put the LED on that, and I'm also going to put the reset switch on the turbo switch. Oh. Oh. help if I put the LED on the LED header now, wouldn't it? Yes. And the switch on the switch header. I'm just trying to figure out if we're in... Alright. The reason why it's running so slow is because we were not in turbo mode. So this motherboard, turbo is switch on. Alright. Let me just put a jumper on the turbo switch. There we go. Oh. Alright, let me reset it, because I may have... Okay, in my playing with the turbo switch, I may have made something mad. Oh, by the way, this is a Visa Local Bus video card. If anyone's wondering. Alright, let me see if I can get started without the startup files. There we go. Okay, now we're running at 25 megahertz. That's what I expected. Alright. Oh yeah, this is much snappier. So, mainboard info, I don't know that this will be particularly helpful. This is an Opti 82C 4-down-E5 SLC chipset. I could have probably told you that by looking at it. Alright, I'm going to look at the Mr. BIOS. Oh! Actually, I am using an Atlona AT-Line Pro 5 video scaler connected to a what's the capture card? Like capture card I bought used on eBay before, but it's like one of the expensive ones. Oh. That's interesting. I have a device that my computer doesn't know about. I wanted to point out I bought it on eBay because when I name off the capture card, then I wanted to be clear. I bought it used. It is a DataPath Vision AV HD capture card. Those are like normally insanely expensive, but you can catch them on eBay where they've been pulled from equipment for a song. Yeah, the DataPath Vision AV HD. Yeah, they're really nice capture cards. If you, now I don't know about Australian pricing, but at least on the US eBay site, they show up all the time, and you can pick them up for, on a good day, around $100 to $150. So you may want to try the eBay US store. But anyways, yeah, they're high-end capture cards. The noise you're seeing on the capture card is actually coming from the video card, because this is a cheap video card. But yeah, if you got a good video card, you get a nice sharp picture. And the scaler is just so I have multiple inputs. Yeah, if you, Mac84 Steve did a video where he mentioned this, he uses the Pro 4, I believe. I found a Pro 5 on eBay that was competitively priced. I think the only difference between the Pro 4 and the Pro 5 scaler is I think the Pro 5 has like one more HDMI and only one DVI as a result. It's like something that was not really that consequential. Anyways, yeah, that's kind of my setup for capturing from computers. Now, I also do have an RGB to HDMI. That's actually going into one of the HDMI inputs of my scaler. So if I'm doing CGA, EGA, MDA, or one of the TTL video modes, that I use RGB to HDMI. But for everything else, but the scaler's connected to that capture card. The one other thing, though, the capture card I have actually has two inputs. So at the moment, the second input's unused, but I could use it if I needed to. But yeah, that's just a brief introduction to my capture setup. Someday, I should probably do a video on it, just to kind of give folks an overview. Because then there are a couple other capture cards in the system that aren't readily obvious. Like my overhead camera is actually a camcorder, and that's actually going into a Blackmagic Intensity. So, but yeah, for the video capture, as long as it's not like CGA, EGA, MDA, or one of the TTL modes, it's going through my Atlona AT-Line Pro 5 into the Vision HD card. Which, yeah, I bought the card used. Because if you go to their website, which they do have drivers on their website, you don't have to, like, sign up or anything. That's the cool part. But, yeah, if you get the impression browsing their website that, hey, why don't they mention pricing? Yeah, they don't mention pricing, because if you need to ask, you're not buying the card new. It's kind of the, So, I let some business depreciate the card for whatever they were doing, and then I bought it used. Because the things are, like, built like a tank. Oh, there might actually be a, there is a Mr. BIOS potentially for one version of the chipset on this board, but I don't know if it's the one that's on this board, because it looks like it was one for a board that had $82C495 SXLC. Oh, wait a minute. We may have a Mr. BIOS opportunity here. We might make this board better. Although it may not be for this board. We may try it anyways. Okay. Video info. So if anyone was, just for extra proof, this is a VESA Local Bus video card. The Trident 9400 CXI is not available in ISA. It's like a PCI and VESA Local Bus card. All right. Let's do the obligatory Doom benchmark if the system has enough RAM. I think 4 megabytes is enough for Doom. Okay, I realize you can't see what the screen says. You might see that there's a few dots on it. I can't really read what it says either, other than I can see that there are 2 lines of text, and the second one says system halted. Alright, good thing I connected the reset button. maybe... Maybe 4 megabytes is not enough memory? Maybe we will be running MemTest on the memory that's on this board. Alright, well, let's run some other benchmarks here. We'll run the 3D bench while I look for the GoTech that is floating around here somewhere. Alright, there's that cable. The GoTech is probably... is that it right there? No, I don't think that's it. I'm trying to remember what I was last using it with. Let's see, it would have been Dave's Stream and MemTest. Probably on my bench. Because we'll run MemTest. Oh, there's the thumb drive. Okay. Oh, 9.5. All right. Oh, hey, Stephen Ricks. Welcome. All right, we are going to hook up a floppy drive. I tried to run Doom. It gave an error. I'm wondering... it might be bad memory. It might have just been that there's not enough system RAM. So we will... So I'm going to go ahead and try to run MemTest, and we'll at least... Oh, I bet I know where the... Oh. Alright. Need to remember to order some more Berg power connectors from Mouser, because I need to replace the one that's on my GoTech. I've done a pretty good job of mangling it, and I'm not sure there's much more mangling I am going to be able to do with it before it just completely stops working. Alright, let's see here. Let's auto configuration with BIOS setting. Alright, standard CMOS setup. Page up. So it is 246, 16, 63. Set that to there. Alright, advanced CMOS setup. Let's turn off memory parity error check while I run MemTest. And there we go. MemTest should run on this computer. Oh. Oh. Jesse says, Trina appears after 86th MemTest is mentioned. Sylvestron says, I missed these colors in BIOS today. Yes. Yes, those colors are seared into my brain. Thomas Armstrong says, if Microsoft released DOS in 2025, it would need 635K to run. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, while while we let this run, I'm going to see if I have the Mr. BIOS downloaded for this board. I think I have the Mr. BIOS archive already downloaded here. I thought I did. All right, let's go. All right, go. This it? Mr. BIOS bundle. All right, I think that's all right. Let me see if this is the correct file on the Vogons forums. All right, so I'm looking for V068B470. D4BH. That does not. Well, that's not the one I was expecting. All right. Let me just see 495. Ah, this must be the wrong file bundle. All right. Mr. BIOS. No. Ah, all right. D470. Copy. All right, we'll open this file. Let's see here. Up the No, I don't think that's the one I want. E470. I am kind of confused. So I'm looking at the spreadsheet. It seems to say there is a BIOS for this board. 195 XLC. File name. Here we go. So I'm looking for Opti 490. Okay. After further review of the documentation on the known Mr. BIOS files, there is not a Mr. BIOS for this board either. All right. It looked like there was, but it was a different chipset. There's a similarly named chipset that has write-back support. This is not that chipset. So there's not a Mr. BIOS for this board either. Now, in my repair pile, I have a board or two that there is definitely a Mr. BIOS for. So, considering this board seemingly just works, maybe that's the one I'll go get next. All right. While we let them test run, I'm going to see if I have any more 30-pin sims, because I'm kind of thinking the problem with Doom might be that it might need more memory. I thought 4 megabytes was enough for Doom, but nope. I think I'm running into the problem that I could use some more 30-pin sims. Like, parody 30-pin sims. Oh, I know where I've got some. I don't know if this board will like them, but here where I've got some. But, oh, hey, Jeremy, welcome. We are running MIM test at ludicrous speeds here. I would make the board go faster, but I have no jumper settings for the what I presume is the clock generator. So the funny thing about this board oh. Ah, okay, well, the board I had pulled up on this on the retro web is actually the not a match. Oh. I may not have any info on this board. Nope, that's not it. Hmm. P495. All right. So I am going to. I'm looking on the retroweb to see if I can find any info on this board while MIM test continues to run. Okay. No, that's not it. That's not it. Okay, that is not it. That's not it. Wait a minute. Okay, I don't think the retroweb has this board. For Jeremy's sake, here's the board. So we have 3 VESA local bus slots, along with 3 16-bit ISA slots additional, and an 8-bit ISA slot additional. And we have the wonderful Intel i386 running at a blistering 25 megahertz. And until I can figure out the jumper settings for this board, we are going to have to stay with the processor it came with, because that's what we're going to have to do. I seemingly see the possibility that this board might take an oscillator, but it's in some funky designed socket where it's a 20-pin socket. Unfortunately, the cable here is in the way. And there's a legend here. It says oscillator 1, IC2, IC1. And there's what I presume is a clock synthesizer chip here. That it says BIT 0705P322. I'm going to presume the 322 is a date code. Probably 93 week 22. Wow, this would be a really late 486 board. What Opti is that? This is an Opti 495 SLC. 82C 495 SLC. Hello, Marduk. I do not repair laptops that new. Alright, so it is an Opti 82C 495 SLC. Alright, let me go to the eBay listing that I bought this from and see if maybe the seller mentioned a brand. Oh, they mentioned the brand Taken. Which is what I found on the retro web, but the board doesn't match the pictures. So it might be a Taken brand board. I'm wondering if it's a Zida. Zida. Because there is like no... Taken Unknown is closest. Unfortunately, Taken Unknown... there are no jumper settings on the retro web for that board. So I have a feeling what the eBay seller did is they probably used the retro web, and they probably said, yeah, this board looks the closest, and went with it. And unfortunately, though, this unknown Taken board, I can see from the photo, because I've zoomed in on the photo, I can see that it actually has an oscillator socket installed in it. I know, it looks so close otherwise. almost looks like if I had an oscillator, I could... All right, maybe I should try searching for this chip. So it was a BIT 0705P. Oh, P data ship. Data sheet. I'm pretty sure that's a clock synthesizer. Like a 8 pin that doesn't make any sense. An 8 pin clock synthesizer? Oh, that's definitely not it. That's too new of a chip. You know, I would almost be tempted to... Okay, I would almost be tempted to try jamming an oscillator in there. Let me let the mem test finish, and I gotta find my oscillators. Up, Sylvestron says, I just scrolled back and checked the BIOS ID in your post screen, and it has an ID of 1301, which is taken. All right, so this is apparently another unknown taken board. Ah, you know, I just thought of something I can try. Okay. So, it is possible this board is on the retro web. All right. So, we've got 16-bit ISA. And we've got 3 Visa Local Bus. And we got 1 8-bit ISA. So I am going to search with that. I'm not going to give it a chipset. And I'm actually going to specifically go to the last page of results. And I am going to look to see if there are any unknown boards where they don't even know enough about the board to identify a chipset for the search, and see if any of those, by chance, match this motherboard. Because that is one way to do it. Okay, those are... Nope. The 895 board. That's a no. Nope, that's not it. Nope. Oh, there's the shuttle Hot 419. That board keeps coming back to haunt me. All right, let's see. Page 3. I'm working my way back in the search results. I'm specifically looking at boards where they only have a drawing of the board and not a photo, in the hopes that maybe a board has been misidentified that they don't have a photo of. And I'm looking for boards where the Visa Local Bus slots are in the correct place in the line drawing, but also show the cache in the right place. And that unfortunately has not resulted in anything. All right. One last way is I am now going to search for manufacturer unidentified and see how many boards. Oh, that's too many to go through. Actually, and I'll tell it we have 3 Visa Local Bus, but then... Alright, so I'm looking at unidentified boards with 3 Visa Local Bus slots. And again, I'm mainly trying to find boards that don't have photos, but have line drawings, and the line drawing looks like it could be this board, just in the hopes that maybe someone's got a board that is unidentified and maybe has been incorrectly thought as something else. Okay, so this board really looks like it is another unknown taken motherboard. Okay. Alright, let me see if I can find my small stash of oscillators. See if I can find something that's... Actually, you know, I'm going to hold on that. I'll wait until this is done so that I can flip the board over and see if I can see any traces going to that chip that also go to jumpers. Because, you know, I might go about this another way. So actually what I'm going to go do is I'm going to go grab a 386 processor that is clocked higher than 25 megahertz. So that if I do start to change jumpers to that clock chip, I have one that actually stands a chance of posting at a higher clock speed. All right. I have 2 386 processors. One of them, and we're still running mem test. But anyways, one of them is actually an AMD 386 AM386 DXL25. So I've never been able to test this successfully, so that's why I grabbed this. And then I've got my AM 386DX40 on a interposer board. Oh, hey, Christian, welcome. No, this is actually one of those 386, 486 Visa Local Bus boards. So that is actually the 486 socket with the 387 socket embedded in it. So that either takes the 387 or the 386 or the 486 processor. And as you can see, I am actually running Visa Local Bus on a 386 processor. So that's my Trident Visa Local Bus video card. Hopefully Adrian won't be too jealous that I actually managed to... yeah. I know Adrian had one of these boards of some sort, and his power supply fried it. And then I've actually had two. I have one that maybe I should go grab while I'm thinking of it. It unfortunately has an inner layer short, so I was never able to repair it. I need to put Gutbomb's name on it. He wants it because he thinks I gave up too early. So I was going to send it to him to try to repair. But then the other one was from an eBay seller. They guaranteed it worked. I got it. I tried to test it. It didn't work. And they wanted it back for the refund. So I had to send it back to them. So this is like my third attempt at one of these boards. And there is some corrosion under the solder mask around where the battery was. And I should probably try to clean that up. But it looks like none of the traces are broken because I have yet to find anything that doesn't work. Which is excellent. All right, so let me go grab that other board, the one that's got the inner layer short, because I think it's got the same chipset on it. Which maybe means it might have an oscillator or something that I can use. Although, I'm going to see if I can find my oscillators too while I'm thinking of it. Because MIM test goes slow. All right, good news. I found that board, and it has a clock synthesizer that's an 8-pin chip. Also, I wanted to put a box on my shelf since I had to move the box to get to my scrap bin. I went ahead and put the box on the shelf. What jumpers does this board have? All right, so all right, so this is one of these boards that I tried to repair. Now, this one I know it's an MV 008 revision F. So I'm pretty sure the RetroWeb has manuals for this. Yeah, I know that chip is... I removed this chip in the effort to find the short, and, well, that's low melt solder that's on it. That chip is, well, I made no effort to straighten the pins of that chip once I realized something was wrong with the board. Anyways, I think there are some... So this MV008 board has a KTS KDN 802 clock synthesizer. And it looks like there's a pair of jumpers that configure it. So I'm going to pull up its manual. And yeah, it's an Edom or Wintech MV008. RetroWeb actually has documentation on the board. So there is a pair of jumpers, JP18 and JP19 on the MV008. And, oh, actually there are 4 jumpers. So I'm probably going to find there's a similar setup on this board. 2 of the jumpers are for speed. And 2 of the jumpers are for clock configuration, whether we need double frequency or single frequency. And I suspect that this board that I'm testing now is going to have something similar. So I will have to look. And the thing is, since I'm using a 386 processor, I know it should be set to double frequency. But anyways, I do see there is some jumpers near the clock synthesizer on this board. So it's probably... Actually, I'm going to look at this Edom board here. Let's see here. So that... Actually, oh, I wonder if I can find this clock synthesizer's data sheet. ES ADN 802. Arg. No, of course there wouldn't be. So Close open. I bet I know what the jumpers are on this other board. So it's a 3-pin jumper on this other board. I bet if I move the jumper, then I will have a 33 megahertz. Will be the setting for 33 megahertz. Yeah, it's running at 25 right now. And the jumper's on pins, like, let's say it's pins 1 and 2. I can't see the 1 mark. I bet if I move the jumper here, so here's the clock synthesizer chip right here. The jumpers are right here. So, clock synthesizer jumper. I bet if I move this jumper to the other 2 pins, we'll be at 33. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, you... Oh. Oh, I didn't even see S0, S1, and S2. Oh. I didn't even see those 3 jumpers there. Yes. There we go. Oh. 011 is 25. 101 is 33. Maybe. Sylvestron says. Okay, if 011 is 25, maybe the orders might only be when using the additional clock chip. Yeah, I know, because the thing is, it looks like there's another chip that could go here, but without documentation, I don't know what chip that might be. I mean, let me think about this for a moment. Okay, so 011 is 25. Maybe the order's different on this board for some reason. So maybe it's 101, but maybe they've done pull-ups or pull-downs instead of the other. So maybe what I should do is move that jumper to the other 2 spots and see if either of them result in a 33 megahertz bus. I can always put it back to S1. Because, yeah, there's the clock synthesizer chip. It's I can't find a data sheet for it. I don't know if this other board's chip is compatible with this board. And I'm actually somewhat curious what would happen if I'd put an oscillator. Try removing the jumper entirely, too. Yeah, I'm almost tempted to try that. Oh, wait. We've got a mem test pass. So apparently the memory's good on this board. All right. Let's try moving this jumper and see if we can change the clock speed of the processor. Okay, that I'm going to say is... Oh, no, we are... Well, there are postcodes running. I don't know why we don't have video, but that might be because we... Oh. Hold on. Okay, I have a feeling that set a speed faster than the piece of local bus card can support. So let's try that one there. Okay, well that's not posting. Oh, let me try removing the jumper. Okay, that's also not resulting in a post. I'm going to try moving this other jumper here that I kind of thought might be it. I'm just going to move it to the other two pins. Thinking that maybe it's a... Okay, we have post codes. Oh. Oh, let me do one other thing. Because... I just realized this 25 megahertz CPU may not overclock well. So let me remove it. Okay, so the alignment pin is here. Okay. So in its place, I am going to put my 40 megahertz processor, and this is the world's most annoying processor. There we go. All right. Only because the alignment is... okay. That is... Okay. Hold, please. Where did I put my... Having trouble... Okay. So I don't think this one was the right one. Plus, I need to make sure this processor works, because I've put this 386 processor in backwards enough times in other boards. It's getting stuck at postcode 15, I think. I need to find the little... Where's that 12? Oh, let's see. My camera view is showing it back. I have misplaced the little remote display for my postcode reader, which means it makes it really hard to see. Oh, it's postcode 12 it's stuck at. The jumpers are the way I had them previously. Oh, did I? Maybe I pushed something out when I replaced the processor? Okay. Postcode 12. How's it possible this... processor may have... Alright, I know I didn't put it in backwards, because if I'd put it in backwards, then we wouldn't have even had any post codes, because that requires the ROM to be running. But the fact that I had trouble with it last time I tried to use it, so let's put this AMD 386 in. I think it might be a little more tolerant to overclocking for some reason. Alright, well, we're getting further in the post. Alright. The jumpers are back where they were before I started, and we're at 2C. 2C. Oh, that's... I don't know. Maybe this processor doesn't work either. Alright, let me put the original Intel back in and we'll try again. Let me think. Do I have 33 megahertz somewhere? Okay, well, let's put the original back in. Alright. Original CPU's back in. That should post. For sure. Alright, confirmed. Okay, so I have... Oh, it's coming out of my power adapter for my GoTech. Okay, fix that problem. Okay, let's look at the board. So, it is possible there is a CPU type jumper, although I sure don't know why. I mean, this AMD processor might be... I pulled it out of a failed system. I thought the failure was limited to... parts not including the CPU, but maybe it's bad. My 40 megahertz CPU, unfortunately, I had inserted it backwards a few times. But it kept working until the board it was in finally, I thought the board stopped working, but it is quite possible that it was actually the CPU that stopped working. Maybe because I installed it backwards a few times. Only because the interposer is really there's some ambiguity if you're not paying attention as to where pin 1 is, because there's actually 2 pin 1s on that interposer. There's the pin 1 for your socket, but then there's also the pin 1 for the surface mount CPU, and those pin 1s are not in the same corner. So if you don't pay attention and you put it in the socket aligned for the surface mount pin 1, like if you put this interposer in with that as pin 1, well, that's pin 1 for the surface mount processor. You need to align the pins that say A1. That's the pin 1 for the socket on the motherboard. And again, maybe I just didn't have that pushed in all the way. The fact that it starts to post is how I know that processor is not in backwards. We are stuck at postcode 12. All right, well, hey. Well, I guess at the moment, I'm calling into, I bet my 40 megahertz processor is, well, there might be something wrong with it, because, I mean, unless it is contact cleaner. All right. I bet there's, all right, so postcode 12. AMI BIOS, postcode 12. Is the CPU even getting warm? Capcom says, hey, I just got sucked into Dark Souls and forgot to come back to the stream. Hey, Gutbomb. I am, trying to put a faster CPU into this board so I can then try to see if I can change the clock speed. But I've run into a problem where my faster 386 processor is apparently not working. So postcode 12 is 64K base memory tested okay. And I think the next thing it does is interrupt vectors initialize. So it's like this processor is... okay. Well, okay, so I think my 40 megahertz AMD CPU is toast. Yeah, Sylvestron says AMI stuck at code 12 is chipset / memory failing to init. Well, if it's failing to init with this processor, but it'll init with the Intel processor, then either, for some reason, this board needs to be configured for the AMD version of the processor, but I think it's basically identical to the Intel, just clocked faster, although we're not overclocking it. Because the Intel that was in this board works. Let me try this AMD one last time, because it was getting past postcode 12. Alright, so it was getting past 12. And it was getting to, there we go, 29. Well, we got to postcode, well, now we're stuck at 29. Jack says, Justin has learned his lesson with overclocking these old boards. Except, Jack, I haven't overclocked it. We haven't overclocked it yet. We're just trying to get a higher clocked processor to post at the same clock speed. Although at the moment, this isn't even a higher clocked processor. Yeah, we're stuck at 29. Which I don't even have in the list I have. Oh. Oh, we may be failing to enable parity. Wait a minute. Why would we be failing to enable parity with an AMD processor? Oh, Jack's referring to the Overdrive plus Windows 98 debacle. Oh, actually... Oh, yeah. Oh, this processor was stable at 83 megahertz. That's totally stable. It ran the Doom benchmark. No issues. Yeah, it wasn't stable. Sylvestron says, try moving that jumper from S1 to S2 and boot the 40. Okay. I'm not sure why this 40 wouldn't work at 25. I do know, though, some processors do have minimum clock speeds. All right. S1 to S2. I may need to go to an ISA video card for this test, though. All right, now we're to 29. Hold on. Let me try something. Okay. Sometimes, despite the fact that everyone expects you to pull out the Trident video card, which, don't worry, we'll still use a Trident video card. I just have to find the correct box. Let me go to an ISA. Yeah, it got further. Let me go to another video card. I want to remove something. Of course, I would also hide my 8-bit ISA card, of course, of course. Okay. Oh, wait. Probably... Alright, I'm going to go to a 16-bit ISA. Don't worry, it's a Trident. I just want to rule out the... At 40 megahertz, the VESA local bus is overclocked and... Alright, that was a video card failed to initialize. Okay, I chose poorly when I picked a video card. Um... I chose poorly. Wait, this card has more than 256K on it. Okay. This Trident video card is okay. Something tells me there was a note on the Trident card I was trying to use. It said no post. And something tells me the Visa Local Bus Trident card decided to start no posting. I'm kind of wondering if maybe it's heat related. Anyways, we will try this high quality Realtek video card. No, please do not run out and buy one for yourself. You will be disappointed with its performance, but RetroTech Chris has extensively tested this card. And I'm probably going to have to... Well, maybe not do anything. Okay. Obviously, we'll try another piece of local bus card. Alright, we'll leave that a clock divided by 4 because I don't know what processor speed we're running at. Alright. And CPU. We are running... Okay. There's probably a Visa Local Bus jumper I need to set. That's why the Trident card wouldn't work. Okay, the Trident card was probably... This Trident card was probably not working at 40 megahertz because that's too fast for it. There's a jumper somewhere on the board that will tell it one wait state at 40 megahertz. And then I bet that Trident card will work again. Cutbump says, you chose poorly. The guy in Indiana Jones, yes. Jesse says, 386 Rainbow. Cutbump says, this Trident card is just tridenting. That Trident card that was giving the rainbow colors on the screen, that was the as-is card from L&Y Electronics that every time I think it's broken, it starts working again, and every time I then think it's working, it starts broking again. And Jack says, note, bad. Yeah, I should have written bad on it, but I wrote as-is on it to remind me which card it was. Mega says, let's go, yes. Cutbump says, real tech, more like real regret, yes. At least I didn't buy it on eBay. Mega says, wow, the video BIOS over top of the system BIOS messages. Yeah. Christian says, they make graphics card too. They made graphics cards. Like, a long time ago. Yeah, their nicks aren't too shabby. Jesse says, Realtek nicks are okay. Just okay. Jack says, I think junk is the word you're searching for. Yeah, probably. The jumper be between the Visa Local Bus slots. It probably is, but I don't have jumper definitions, so it will be a guess as to which one is correct. But, okay, things are reporting that we're running at 40 megahertz, so... Okay, and we are seeing the 256K of cache. That's good. We only have 4 megabytes of RAM, therefore that was a really fast check. Jesse says, Broadcom nicks are worse. Then again, Broadcom ruins everything they touch. Sylvestron says, try 010 to see if you can crank it to 66. Jack says, 39.6 megahertz. Couldn't quite cross the 45 megahertz line. 1... Jesse says, see VMware for the latest Broadcom fail. Oh, Jack corrects. 39.6 megahertz. Couldn't quite cross the 40 megahertz line. Yes. Well, all right. Let's see what this other jumper setting is. Now that I've got an ISA video card. Okay, this BIOS has a feature where it apparently shoves your settings out the airlock. All right, I'm not going to bother with the other settings when the battery's low, because I don't have a battery connected. Oh, hey, Rudy, welcome. Christian says, yeah, I went over to VirtualBox on Windows Host because of that spectacle. Sylvestron says, lol, from the Broadcom pan into the Oracle fire. All right, let's see what we're running at 33 megahertz. Ah, okay. That probably means my Intel 25 megahertz processor just can't run at 33 megahertz. That's why it probably didn't post on that jumper setting. Still don't know why my 20... Oh, okay. The AMD 25 megahertz processor I have may very well be dead. Or something wrong with it, because I pulled it out of a failing machine. Or a failed machine. That machine could have fried the processor. So I won't worry about that. Okay, I am curious though. Can I put the Trident card back in the Visa Local Bus slot? And now that I have a processor that can run at 33 megahertz, and I know this Trident card can run at 33 megahertz, will we have Visa Local Bus graphics on a 386? Mikey says, I still work for VMware, or I mean Broadcom. Jesse says, I still have a 3-com switch. Technically, it's an HP 5130 HP switch with Comware. Interesting. I think this... You know I... Oh, those zip chips are really in there. Okay. Let's set that aside. I'm going to grab another Visa Local Bus card, one that I know is in tip-top working shape. I want 32-bit graphics. I know, it's not a Trident. This card might actually work at 40 megahertz. So this is a Mach 64 video card. Well, that's cool. Let's see if this video card can actually run at 40 megahertz, because I have a feeling it might actually be able to. Okay, this system is getting really old without a battery. Alright, let's run some benchmarks, although we can't run Doom. I think there's too little RAM for Doom. So we are running at 40 megahertz. This Visa Local Bus card is going to be running at 40 megahertz. There's 256K of cache on the board. We got a 9.5 before with the 25 megahertz processor and the Trident video card. I suspect the Visa Local Bus card's not the bottleneck. Hey, 15.8, nearly double. I don't have a sound card installed, Gut Bomb. Already looks much faster, yeah. Let's see, PC player benchmark. Seems like a great candidate for the Pico Gus. Try Doom anyway. Okay, we'll try Doom anyway. Okay, PC player benchmark is a slideshow. I mean, literally, I feel like I'm advancing a PowerPoint here. Okay, we'll try Doom. I don't think there's enough RAM in this system because last time I tried running Doom, we got a system halted. Although then I ran MemTest, and MemTest said the RAM's fine. Oh, and our player bench score is... You're not going to believe this. It's 1. Although it's off the screen, so it could be 1 point. I mean, it's probably a 1. Jack says, chunk, chunk, chunk. Frogman. Oh, hi, Frogman. Wow, super FPS, says Frogman. Doesn't PC Player have a 320 by 200? Oh, yes, it does. I should have hit the 5 button. Sorry, I'm so used to running on fast PCs that I have a tendency of using 246B and E. Oh, there we go. Is that a little better? Gutbum says it's just telling you that you're number 1. Yeah. Okay, this might actually be a bit respectful. A bit more respectable. Oh, player bench score of 3.1. Not that you can tell because my head's in the way. All right. 3.1. All right. Maybe we should run the 3D bench for slower PCs. Again, I often hit 2 out of habit. So this is the slower PC's version. I think the resolution's slightly lower. I mean, I don't know what the exact difference is, because honestly, it looks a lot the same, but... $15.8, so it may have something to do with the calculation. All right, so we will try Doom on A. And let's see if it loads. Sylvestron says, I never really see much difference between 1 and 2 results. All right. And any day down Doom? I kind of think Doom might have crashed. What about Unreal Tournament? Sylvestron says it's thinking very hard. Yes, someone please get me off of that dreadful number. 1 subscriber. Or more. Yes, let's, Yeah. Yeah, it's perfect in time for Doom, but let's get me off that number of subscribers. Okay, I think Doom is hung. All right, we will restart the machine. Oh, maybe it needs EMM 386 to be running. I didn't think that was the case. I thought its DOS extender would take care of it, but... DOS crashed. All right, thank you. Yes, I do believe DOS has crashed. Normally I would say it's because I'm overclocking the processor, but I'm not overclocking the processor. It's a 40 megahertz processor. I'm... Okay, let me check something here. I'm looking at this SRAMs and... Oh, that SRAM... Alright, try that. Yep, it's a 3D6 DX40. And it's running at 40 megahertz. And because I powered it off, I gotta set the hard drive type again. Okay. Doom. Yeah, I should run a... I should do that, but I don't have enough room on my bench to try to set my bench power supply up to do that. I have a little battery pack I sometimes use, but last time I tried using it, it acted like the wiring is horrible. I was going to order some battery packs from Mouser just for boards like this that the Varda is gone and they have an external battery pack. The cache chip's fast enough to deal with the faster processor speed. That I do not know. All right. How about, for the purpose of running Doom, to see if I can get Doom to run at all, I'm going to go back to 25 megahertz. They are... So the tag RAM is 15 nanoseconds, and the cache chips are 20 nanoseconds. That is quite... All right, I will strongly consider maybe seeing if I can find a battery pack that's got better wires so that when I make the little plug-in thing, it isn't just horrible. Okay. Okay, so if we go to check CPU, okay, we are running at 25 megahertz. So if it's cache chip speed, then hopefully Doom won't hang. Christian says 20 nanoseconds should keep up with 50 megahertz. Well, maybe there is a bad cache chip. Okay, so we got Doom running in the postage stamp-sized window. We will try for a larger screen. I will then we'll then pull the cache chips and test them and make sure they're testing fine. Maybe there's a bad cache chip. Jesse says, "Yay, postal stamp doom." Yes, you should, next time you're at the post office, you should tell the clerk that you would like to see Doom on a postage stamp. Jesse says, Justin cares. Yeah, let the postal clerk know you want to see Doom on a postage stamp. And they'll probably say, whatever, sir or ma'am. And it will probably take many geeks asking many times, probably even on their social media, and then maybe they'll put Doom on a postage stamp. And then we'll compare whether their postage stamp looks like this or not. In fact, I could tell them how they could have like about 2,500 different Doom postage stamps just by running the benchmark in this resolution and printing them on postal stamps. And if they say something about violence on postage stamps, well, the argument is, well, it looks like just a bunch of pixels to me. 21, 34 game ticks, and 5,084 real ticks. That is not that impressive. All right, so let's see what Doom for faster PCs does. Vestron says it's 14.7 frames per second. Okay, I'm not quite sure why we got a fault the first time I tried running Doom on this board. Although that Trident card could have a fault with it. Sylvestron says, we'll be here till next year at this rate. Yeah, seriously. Well, I guess the Trident card that I bought the zip RAM for. I'm going to carefully remove the added zip. Oh, that's right. I was going to look for jumper settings on this video card if I could find them. While we wait for Doom to finish. So let's see here. This is a Trident TGUI 9440 CXI jumper settings. Ah. So the only jumper I see that might... uh, okay, there are no jumpers for RAM, so this zip RAM may be defective. Oh, well, that's a shame. One of the jumpers on this Trident card does have to do with Visa Local Bus timing. But jumper settings I found are not specific enough to really say what it means. Oh, I just found the datasheet for the Trident video chip on this Visa Local Bus card. Let me see if it maybe elaborates what the jumper settings mean. Oh, it's just a spec sheet. That's not going to help. Ah, we're almost done, I think. Maybe. Okay, I cannot find any jumper settings for this Trident card. Christian says, must have been really expensive to work as a game reviewer back in that day. Machines were obsolete within a year. Yeah, Sylvestron says, needed good contacts with manufacturers to get review units. Yep, that is definitely for sure. Mikey says, watching the slideshow is fun. Yeah. Rudy says, oops. Christian says, can't possibly be higher than 3 frames per second. I know. All right. All right. Let me go see if I can find a data sheet on these memory chips. Okay, can't find a data sheet, but I just found someone with a board that needs these zip RAMs, and they said that this chip should also be fine. 2134 game ticks and 19,100 real ticks. I have never seen a 5-digit number of real ticks before. 3.9 frames per second. Woo, buddy. Yeah. Do we even dare run Quake? Just kidding. I think Quake does require more than 4 megabytes of memory. I mean, I guess we could see what it does. All right. If it's smart, it will just say that you're silly. Oh yeah, that's yeah. Quake needs an FPU. Oh. Oh, well, if that's all Quake needs. Hold, please. Let me see if I have the FPU. I should have a 40 megahertz one. Maybe a bit hard to get to it. All right, if we can figure out the alignment, I have my Cyrex Fast Math, and is that the way it goes? Can't tell. Oh, yeah. I think that's the way it goes. All right. Not that I expect Quake is going to run great, but we do have to have all the maths. Alright, so I do believe we need to go to advanced CMOS setup. Or one of these, because I think there's a... might be something. Is it advanced chipset? Cyrix 487S coprocessor. That is not what that is. Alright. Alright. I'm presuming since it posted that it's probably detected it. But it should show up in the system summary thingamajig. Also, this board is a bit dramatic, so we are waiting for it to... Any day now, board. Is it? Oh, we got a postcode 9C. Dave. Oh, hi, David. Welcome. David says, seeing this BIOS screen is giving me flashbacks. BIOS code 9C is NPU test. Okay. Maybe. Maybe I had it backwards. All right. No, that is backwards. All right, maybe I had it right the first time. All right. Maybe I should turn off the NPU test, maybe? Also possible there's a jumper on the board I have to change, but... Alright, advanced setup. Let's disable the numeric processor test for the time being, and... numeric processor none. I'm pretty sure hardware info is going to show none, and I will reboot and enable it, and I know this, well, it used to work at least. David says, I got a bottle of hot sauce and a toothbrush all a man needs. Alright, let's try Vestron says, I got an air duster. Oh man, I forgot to bring down one of my Christmas gifts. All the way upstairs. But so far, of the items I have in hand, I received because I've got gifts I haven't received yet. But of the ones I've received, I was given a camcorder, a one from 2001. Before anyone thinks a new one. Okay, let's see if maybe this BIOS is just being a bit slow. Because we're stuck at the numeric processor test. I'll try to remember to bring the camcorder down to show off Tuesday. I forgot to bring it down with me. I kind of wonder if there probably is a. Sylvestron says, time to start fiddling jumpers to try to enable the FPU. Yeah, it's like it knows it's there, but it's probably locked up waiting for it. All right, let's okay, let me see if maybe by chance, again, by looking at the board with the same chipset, okay, let's that's not working. Oh, good night, Rudy. Oh, hey Tim, welcome. Got Vborg in the chat. Rudy says, just about midnight here, better go before I turn into a Vic 20. Well, okay, if I had to guess, my first guess would be this jumper here. Let's see what that jumper does. Okay, that jumper. That was not the jumper we wanted. All right. We got stuck at a postcode 13. So that jumper controls something. Switch. I had to guess. The thing is, I suspect these have to do with cache. Hmm. All right. I'll go one by one. Okay, so we'll try this one here. I'll move it to the other pins. And we'll see what that does. And, all right. I'm not going to bother. I just want to see if it gets stuck at the. Yeah. Okay, still getting stuck. So that was not the jumper we were looking for. I don't think. Okay, so put that jumper back the way it was. Well, this jumper is on. We'll take it off. Okay. Okay, we're at the NPU test. Okay, and again, we were stuck at the NPU test. I think that one's cache related. I think those two are cache related. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here. Hey, Chris. Yep, still going. Going to go till midnight. Oh, which is almost midnight. Trying to see if I can find a jumper that enables the floating point unit. I'm going to put a jumper here. I suspect this actually has something to do with the Visa Local Bus configuration, but it is kind of close to the floating point unit socket, so all right. I'm not even bothering to set the hard drive because okay, we're 9C, that's the floating point unit test. Actually, I just thought of something. Let me remove that jumper. Okay, there was a BIOS setting. It just dawned on me. David, that's exactly why we're trying to install the FPU. Not that I expect the computer to like Quake, but for science. Where's the setting down here? It said Cyrix 487S coprocessor. And even though that's not a 487 coprocessor, I was kind of wondering if maybe that might... David says, lol, not on a Cyrix CPU. Don't give into that pain. We just want to see it run for the lulz. Okay. By the way, it's not a Cyrix CPU in this computer. It's an Intel CPU. Just a Cyrix fast math, which is the better math coprocessor. Give it one last reseat. But Chris, this is one of those 386, 486 motherboards. So it's worse than you think. I gotta line up the processor in the middle of the socket because the 486... Oh, yeah, this is one of those 386 Visa Local Bus boards. Yeah, that's exactly what this is, Chris. The 387 math coprocessor socket are the pins in the middle of the 486 socket. And this math coprocessor doesn't seem to want to work. Pity. David says, Quake became real for me once I upgraded from a next-gen CPU to a proper Pentium. Yep, apparently no Quake today. In fact, no math coprocessor today, because this BIOS is having none of that. And there's no Mr. BIOS for this board either. But yeah, we are stuck at the NPU test. I'm actually tempted. Okay. So, time to draw the stream to a close. I am going to leave this computer on while I close the stream in the event that we actually get a post error. Because it is possible this board is ridiculous. Oh yeah, Chris. Did you not see? This is my Mach 64 video card, and it is in a 386 system. This is a 386 DX40 running at, it's not running at 40 megahertz at the moment because I was having some trouble. So Jeremy's asking, the socket where the FPU is, would an Intel overdrive chip physically fit there? Jeremy, I'm going to have to say the answer is no, because it does not have the does not have the extra pins needed for an Intel overdrive. Oh, wait, Jeremy, Intel overdrive or Pentium overdrive? Intel overdrive, yes, it would fit. Pentium overdrive, no, it would not fit, because there's not the extra row of pins, and I see at least one resistor pack in the socket that's going to conflict with the extra pins if you tried to shove it in. So yeah, standard Intel overdrive would fit. I don't have one, but I didn't buy this board to run a 486 processor in it. I bought this board to run a 386 processor in it. Okay, yes, an Intel overdrive would fit. But I don't know any of the jumper settings on this board, and the problem is there is usually several jumpers that you have to change to use the 486 socket. I don't have any of the jumper settings for this board. I am guessing. The only reason I know the speed jumpers for the processor speed is because they're marked S0, S1, and S2. The only way I was able to figure that one out. The only other jumper that's actually clearly labeled with what it does is the color monochrome jumper. All the other jumpers, there's no silk screen on the board to tell you what they do. So this board will not, I will not be able to put a 486 in it. I will not be able to change the amount of cache, although it has 256K of cache. And apparently, I won't even be able to put the math coprocessor in it, because I can't even figure out which jumper is the enable for that, if there is one. So David says guessing is halfway to correct. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, apparently we are hung at the the NPU test in the BIOS. It is, I am presuming it is probably hung waiting for the NPU to respond. Nope, RetroWeb does not have this board. The closest board it has, they have a board that's close, but it's not the same, and they don't have documentation for that board either. So, unfortunately, I'm stuck. David says Vogons. Well, I don't know if Vogons has it, and it's midnight, so I'll have to try Vogons another day. Jeremy says there is another site. Jeremy, there is no way I'm going to go through the Tulark tonight, because it's like there's like too many boards there. I'll be doom scrolling that for hours trying to find the board. I'll look later. I'm not doing that tonight. Apparently, all right, we are stuck at the NPU test. There is apparently a jumper I probably have to put on the board to enable the math coprocessor. That's not happening tonight. Oh, Sylvestron already looked through Stason for all boards with this Opti, none matched. I have a feeling I'm going to have to go start looking at unknown boards on Stason, or even Vogons, or I'll post something on Tinker Different and ask the masses for help. Chris says not happening tonight, but what about this morning? Even though we are technically in tomorrow, my brain is saying it's time for bed. Sylvestron says there's a few threads on VCF forums and Vogons for this board. No one's identified it. David says, I'll drink wine and leave the hard work to you. Yep. So anyways, it looks like this board is, yeah. This board is Okay, so the good news is this board works. I wasn't actually expecting that. There is some corroded traces I'll need to clean up before they get to the point where the board doesn't work. The bad news is it's an unidentified board, true and true. So, yeah, it looks like more mysteries. So, kind of disappointed I didn't have to solder anything tonight, but, well, yeah, so, okay, I guess for the final question. Oh, how much did I pay for this motherboard? I paid $60 for it. Which, I guess, even though there are, like, no jumper settings anywhere for it, which makes it a mystery, given the fact that I was able to see Visa Local Bus working on a 386 board, that was worth the $60 to me. Yeah, Callan says this board is persona non grata, yeah. Persona non grata, yeah. Anyway, so that is kind of where we are going to end tonight. Jeremy says, time to go check eyelids for leaks. Yeah. Anyways, so don't forget to smash that like button if you like when I try to get these old motherboards working, and especially when they work. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next exciting live stream, because next Monday, and yes, I remembered to say Monday this time. So next Monday is a deviation from my normal stream night, but that is because I was not about to compete with New Year's Eve. But Monday, we will be looking at this board here. This is the Sun PCI DOS compatibility card for Sun workstations. So we will be looking at that and trying to get it to work in my Sun workstation. Which means we'll have to install Solaris on it first. But anyways, yes. So we will be looking at DOS compatibility on Sun workstations on Monday. And then next Thursday, we will be back to my regular streaming schedule. And I haven't decided what we're looking at on Thursday, although I think I had an idea, and I'll probably remember it soon. But anyways, yes. Jesse says he'll be streaming on New Year's Eve, possibly with a supervisor. Jeremy says, I think you may get my package there before the end of the day, Tuesday. All right, well, we'll see. Well, I don't know that I'm not going to have parts to work on your board next week, Jeremy. It's not looking promising on that. So I am trying to get those as fast as I can. And yes, Frogman says, I bet your basement is a treasure trove of fun things. Yes. And I put shelves up earlier yesterday. And I'm starting to put things on the shelves. So I'm hoping that as I gradually move stuff off the floor will be less messy behind me. And in fact, you might have noticed that a few of my boxes of expansion cards have actually already gone on the shelves. So, Jeremy says, my design, your PCBs. Yes. Anyways, I think that is where I'm going to draw the stream to an end, because my eyelids are telling me that it's time to stop streaming. Anyways, hope to see you all here next time. Thank you all for joining, hanging out in the chat, being cool, bearing with me as I tried to change jumper settings on the first board and then have nothing to change on the second one. Callan says, at least I got my 2CI working. It was working while I was listening. Great stream. You're welcome, Callan. Anyways, thank you all for joining me. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.